Good morning.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Commissioner Hall. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
I'm fine. And good morning, Mr. Fenton. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. And fellow commissioners, I didn't mean to say hi to PNM before I said hi to all of you.
Well, I didn't take it personally.
I can only assume everyone else was highly insulted, and I'm going to have to recover this whole meeting and make it up. Okay, it's 9:30, and Mike, would you please call to order and roll call?
Commissioner Hall,
Present.
Commissioner Byrd, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here.
Commissioner Fishman,
Here.
Commissioner Maestas,
Mike, it appears that Commissioners Byrd and Maestas are in the hearing room, but the mic in there is on mute.
Looks like they've got mics.
You're looking pretty relaxed there.
Yeah.
I see hand motions.
Yeah. He's putting on his coat.
Commissioner Byrd and Commissioner Maestas, can you unmute your mic?
On our end.
I can hear you.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, they're green.
Check. Can you hear me?
I can hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who said they could hear?
That was Michael Smith.
Oh, okay. And he answered me, so he can hear me.
I think we can all hear. Is that correct? Commissioner Fishman, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear. And Joe, could you say a couple words? Be sure we hear you.
Yes, check. Can you hear me? Commissioner Maestas here.
Yeah, we got it now.
Okay, I will complete the roll then and call Commissioner Maestas
I'm here. Thank you.
and Commissioner Byrd.
I'm still a present.
So we have 5 commissioners, quorum is present, and the open meeting can proceed.
Sounding good. Commissioner, well, I'll try something a little different. Mr. Fenton, do you think you could lead us in the pledge?
I just turned the heat up a little bit.
I will attempt it.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the. Pardon me? Go ahead. I'll let you do it. Yeah.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible.
and justice for all.
Oh,
Thank you.
they might not know this part.
Yeah, so we'll let Commissioner Hall do the state
I'll do
pledge.
it. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
You're
And
welcome.
thank you, PNM folks. Mark, I can't tell who's there with you. It's such a small picture on my screen right now. Consideration and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to pull item B3 in the case of 21-00083-UT.
Okay. Any objections to that? I was actually going to suggest the same thing. So, are there any objections? Okay, so I'll move the agenda with that one amendment. Commissioner Hall, you want a second?
Well, yes, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay, there we go. So let's take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The agenda is modified as approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're on to the employee of the month. Sarah, is that yours?
Commissioner Fishman, this is Isaac. You've
Okay.
got me today instead of Sarah.
Okay,
And we actually have two special guests today. First, I'm going to turn the floor over to John Reynolds to introduce a new employee.
Yeah, thank you, Isaac. Good morning, everyone. I'm in the hearing rooms and the camera is on the commissioners rightfully, so you're not seeing my video. I wanted to introduce a new employee who joined the utility division on Monday. His name is Jonah Malden, and he is from Socorro, a recent grad from New Mexico Tech, and we're very pleased to have him on board with the commission. He's joined the accounting bureau. He'll be reporting to Gabriela Deschanel, and he should be on the Zoom call. So I will turn it over to Jonah, and I appreciate the commission's support and HR support to make this happen. Jonah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm very excited to meet you all. Like John just said, I'm from Socorro, New Mexico, a recent New Mexico Tech graduate. I majored in mathematics with a minor in management. And I hope that I could have a pleasant work experience and help wherever I can to whoever needs it. So if you have any questions or anything, just let me know.
welcome aboard, Jonah. And welcome to the arcane world of utility accounting.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that welcome. I appreciate it.
Well, with all the different viewpoints on how things can be accounted for, it hopefully will keep you interested for a while.
It
So,
definitely seems like it will. Yeah.
and in the real world, accounting is always a little more creative than in the classroom, or at least that's been my experience. So welcome aboard.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, welcome, Jonah. I think you'll find working at the PRC very interesting and very gratifying, and just a fascinating look into this aspect of government. So I hope you enjoy every minute. And if you need to ask any questions of the commissioners, I'm sure Commissioner Fishman would be glad to answer them. No, I'm kidding. I think we would all be very, open to visiting with you. So,
Awesome.
Jonah, I'm sorry you had to experience that miserable example of teamwork just exhibited by Commissioner Hall. He promises to do better in the future.
of course, continual improvement in this organization.
There you go.
Jonah, Commissioner Maestas here. Welcome aboard.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, Jonah, thank you.
Thank you all.
I think any special guests?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman. I would now like to turn the floor over to Mr. Mike Ripperger so he can introduce the employee of the month.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it is my great pleasure to introduce for the month of October 2021, Eugene Evans as the Employee of the Month. I can tell you I've worked with him for 14 years. Great employee, technically proficient, works really hard. Great guy, excellent sense of judgment. I trust him implicitly, and I'm sure many of you do also. With that, if you don't mind, I'd like to read the certificate that he will receive as a result of all of his hard work for all these years. The New Mexico Public Regulation Commission hereby recognizes Eugene Evans as the NMPRC Employee of the Month for October 2021. Whereas Mr. Evans serves as engineer for the Telecommunications Bureau in the Utility Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and whereas Eugene Evans has worked for the PRC for 14 years. Whereas his nomination states, aside from being technically proficient as an engineer, Mr. Evans is hardworking, personable, and has an excellent sense of judgment. Mr. Evans almost single-handedly created and maintains the New Mexico Rural Universal Service Fund broadband program, which is no small feat. This is aside from all the other responsibilities he handles for the Bureau and the Commission. Also, he is a true gentleman and a great person. Whereas Eugene Evans continues to serve the PRC with dedication and great ability. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission of the State of New Mexico congratulates Eugene Evans on his selection as Employee of the Month for October 2021. So thank you, Eugene, for all the hard work. You're the Buffalo Bills of the PRC. Given their current state, I would say we're not talking about 5 or 10 years ago, but that kind of performance is excellent. And thank you for all your hard work. I will turn it over to everybody else to say what they need to say about Eugene.
Eugene, thank you for providing such a good example for Commissioner Hall. Please, please continue to do that.
You're welcome. I know Commissioner Hall have given me a good example, trust me. But I thank everyone. You shouldn't have. I feel very bashful right about now. Yeah, right. But I appreciate it. It has not is really has been a group effort here with my bureau, and I have to share a lot of that with the broadband aspect with a lot of the CEOs and the companies higher up as well, with their cooperation with the commission and within myself. So I like to share that cooperation with them as well with this. But as a whole, it's been fun. You know, it's as Mike indicated, it's been 14 years I've been here. I've seen a lot of things, I heard a lot of things, and done a lot of things. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other thoughts here?
Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to comment, you know, there are a lot, I believe there are many, many things that Eugene does that never comes to our attention, but certainly his performance in the broadband program and presenting us just a ton of data in a really organized way that's obviously been thought through quite a bit to make it so clear to understand. To me, has just been something I've been really grateful for, because it's such an important program. And, you know, this is a place where staff just rose to the challenge and conquered it and gave us the information we needed so we could make decisions in a way that I felt were fully informed and allowed us to, apply our reasoning and our judgment, knowing that we had the right information before us. And then this year, there's even more assistance in that area in the way the information is presented. It's improved upon the last year. So I can't tell you how grateful I am, because I've heard from so many constituents about their in desperate need to get some broadband. So I think it's been one of the most important things we've done this year and last year. It's one of the most important programs we have ongoing as a result of the pandemic. And I think Eugene has been the linchpin here, and he deserves the credit. So I'm really grateful for the support.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Eugene. It's good to see you. Congratulations. You and I haven't been able to interact personally a lot, but we were tasked with a small task during the broadband conference, and you made that task enjoyable to undertake, mostly because you did the work. But I think that's important that you make the job enjoyable, and you do that, I think. And so congratulations on this acknowledgement, and hope you stay with the commission for many years to come. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mastis.
Eugene, congratulations. We still have a lot of work to do in the coming weeks to make these broadband program awards. But I think that, your program, I think, is being thrust into the spotlight because of kind of the lack of the statewide broadband plan. And I think we've seen an exponential growth in applications for broadband program funding, our broadband program funding. And so I think that our efforts that are afoot to recommend to the legislature to increase the Universal Service Fund is really going to serve to hopefully fund a lot of those applications that we couldn't otherwise do so. And so I think your program, I think, is hopefully will call attention to the need for more funding. And I know that there's potentially some existing and future federal funding that we could receive. And my hope is that the executive branch and the legislative branch will look to our program and perhaps add to our funding above and beyond what we have through the Universal Service Fund. So what I'm trying to say is that, this is an important program and not many New Mexicans know about it. And you're the engineer, you're helping, organize and rate these applications and give us adequate direction on what we should fund. And so I appreciate everything you do for this program, but I see nothing but good things for it. And that means that it's going to be good for all New Mexicans, especially those that don't currently have access to broadband. So great job.
Well, Commissioner Maestas, Mr. Chairman Fishman. Yes, I agree. Thank you. I like to feel that this commission's broadband program is a great model to really feel proud about, because I think we, as a whole, as a commission, came a long ways with this particular program. We kind of started from the beginning and from the ground up, and now it can be a good example of how things can be successful. You are correct, Commissioner Maestas, that there is a lot of need for broadband communications and connections here in the state of New Mexico, and it is hopefully can be a beacon in a sense of the rest of the state and other agencies to try to follow in our suit as well, and in our steps in a sense of trying to offer broadband. So thank you. I with a lot of hard work, and again, it's a group effort, and I appreciate it. Whatever accolades is given to me, but I also like to recognize the people that I'm working with as well. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Congratulations, Eugene. I appreciate you being one of our staff members that's so bright and have a good sense of humor. I think you and we share that. And years ago, in 2012, we traveled to Alamo, New Mexico. We also brought along Michael Rippiger, and I wanted to show you how people live in that community. You heard from them, and one of the things that we talked about was no telecommunication services and broadband services. When there's an emergency that occurs at Alamo, a telephone call is probably placed and law enforcement they arrive until like 8 hours later because it's so far from Window Rock, Arizona. So I showed you how people are living, and in turn, you became a valuable employee, and I'm proud of that. I am truly proud of that, Eugene, for your big step. And you saw how things were operating on the ground, and a few years later, you became the manager of the broadband. And I truly believe that we have you as the right person, and I respect you and I honor you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I thank you. You are correct, ma'am, that we go a long ways back, you and I, when it comes down to working with one another. And I agree. My experience in the certain neighborhoods and certain regions, Navajo region and the Zuni regions, and it has been an eye opener. And in respect of that, I agree with you on the aspect of what we have done and what I have seen. So I'm very pleased and happy that whatever I do on this end can be very helpful to lots of individuals and families and companies, in the state of New Mexico and everywhere else. So I thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, well, Eugene, congratulations. Thank you. Your work is greatly appreciated, and no one could be more deserving of recognition this month. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Chairman Fishman, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Isaac, anything else under special guests?
I'm not aware of any other special guests today.
Okay, public comment?
And we also do not have anyone signed up for public comment today.
Okay, and so now we're on to the presentation from Mark and PNM. And Mark, I am confident this presentation will be smoother than your pledge.
I'm confident of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Fishman and commissioners, and good to see all of you this morning. I would also like to welcome Jonah. PNM interacts with staff a lot, and I'm sure we'll be interacting with Jonah on a regular basis, and welcome. I know Socorro is a great school and sounds like he's got a good background, so welcome him. And I don't work on broadband initiatives, but I used to, when I was up at the commission, I would run into Eugene Evans, and he's just a wonderful person. I haven't worked with him on broadband, as I said, but he's a great person, and he's a very dedicated employee to the Public Regulation Commission, and is so professional. So congratulations to him as well. I want to thank Commissioner Hall for inviting us here this morning. As you all know, I'm Mark Fenton. I'm the Executive Director of regulatory policy and case management here at PNM. I've had some conversations and email correspondence with Commissioner Hall for about the last month or more related to questions she had on distribution transformers. And specifically, she had some questions about the fact that some of the distribution transformers contain PCBs. A couple days ago, this past Monday, I sent an email to all the commissioners, your assistants, the general counsel's office, utility division staff, and I think the CRD with a document. It included a document that was in response to Commissioner Hall's inquiry. She had sent me an email on September 24th, and she identified several questions. I think there was like 12 questions she asked PNM to answer. So in that document, I tried to provide in advance. We hopefully answered all those questions, but in addition to answering the questions, we also provided an overview of some of the circumstances surrounding distribution transformers, not only on PNM's system, but the electric grid in the U.S. as a whole. So I wanted to send that in advance, and hopefully you all received that. For today's discussion, what we'd like to do is provide a summary of key points in the correspondence I provided Monday. We're going to give you some specifics about the PNM system, provide kind of a broader view of what's going on in the industry related to distribution transformers. Today, I'm joined by Omni Warner. He's our Director of Distribution Engineering. He was the other person helping me stumble through the Pledge of Allegiance, Commissioner Fishman. Omni is certainly a lot more knowledgeable about this subject than I am. I know most of you probably don't know Omni, so prior to his remarks, I'd like to share with you some background on him. Omni is a lifelong New Mexican. He's lived here his entire life. He's lived in both Las Cruces and Farmington. He's a graduate of New Mexico State University with a bachelor's and master's degree in electrical engineering. He's been a professional engineer in New Mexico. He is a professional engineer in New Mexico. He's had a couple of stints at PNM and has been with the company 13 years. He's married with 3 kids ranging in age from 9 to 25. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Omni, and he's going to give our most of our presentation here.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Fishman and Commissioners. Just wanted to maybe share some high points. Again, name's Omni Warner, as Mark mentioned. Share a few high points for PNM related to PCB transformers, and then we can open up if there's any other questions. But maybe a little bit of background. So distribution transformers across the PNM system, we have about 115,000 transformers across our entire system. And for those that don't know, distribution transformers are connected to our distribution lines, transforming voltage for our customers from a distribution level down to a voltage level that the customers can actually consume and use electricity. So very critical to the service of our customers. The distribution transformers for many, many years, they're built out of iron and copper or aluminum conductors. And then we oftentimes use oil in the cooling medium when we make the transformers. So they're encased in a tank, most times circular. Most of our distribution transformers are mounted on a pole. So you see that cylinder, gray cylinder mounted up on a distribution pole, that's a transformer, right? The oil prior to 1979, not in all cases, but in many cases, contained PCBs in it. So that oil is used as a cooling medium to cool, because when you have electricity flowing through devices, it generates heat, so radiates or cools. The other purpose is for insulation so that you don't have arc over from the voltage. So in 1979, though, the EPA ruled that manufacturers could no longer manufacture transformers with PCB containing an oil. And so they stopped manufacturing, we stopped buying transformers that contain PCB and installing after the 1979 ruling. Post that, so in 2010, EPA actually went through a rulemaking process to try to determine, should we remove all PCB transformers from the system? If we should, what would that cost? And in that process of going through that rulemaking, they actually determined it was going to cost the entire utility industry about $20 billion to mitigate or remove those transformers across the entire industry. So at that point, they kind of just stopped with it and they took no further action, didn't make any special ruling at that point. We do know that transformers have a typical or an average service life is the way we refer to it. So on a pole-mounted transformer, average service life is 40 years. So some are going to be less, some are going to be longer. and then the average service life of a pad mount transformer, so a transformer that you would see mounted on a concrete pad serving residential, commercial customers, is about 45 years. So when we know that, and then that kind of goes back to, you know, what the industry's done, how we've handled these transformers, we knew that there was usable life out of the transformers. So from that 1979 or 1980 mark, you can kind of click forward that 40, 45 years, that's the average service life. Many of those transformers are still in service. Some of them have been replaced because they're nearing the end of life. The other piece of that is prior to the 1980, there weren't any specific requirements for manufacturers to label on the nameplates if they did contain PCB. So it's a little bit of an unknown. You can go back and you can look at some of the manufacturer records, try to make those cross-references, determine which ones had PCBs, which one did not, to kind of make that determination, you know, of how many are in the system. So the records are a little bit vague. Obviously, some of the manufacturers that existed in the 1970s don't exist today. They merge, they change. So there's a little bit of uncertainty even in the records there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just ask one question before we move further. Mr. Warner, I just wanted to ask you, how many years did you say the pole-mounted transformers lifespan is? I got 45 years pad mounts. What was the?
The average service life is 40 years.
40.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they were, let's see, I'm looking at one of your answers. There is a total of approximately 14,000 that are older than 1970. 12% of your transformers are older than 1979 and could potentially contain PCB oil. And prior to 1980, the manufacturers are not required to document whether or not they had PCB in.
Yep.
So I guess one thing I didn't ask you, but since you're talking about it, I wonder if you could comment on what is the age of your, you know, when were all these transformers? I realize it's not going to be just, they weren't all installed all at once, but do you have an idea of how many of the older ones are out there? I guess you said there's approximately 12% that are older than 1979. But what about, you know, say between 1990 and 1980? I'm just wondering how the aging out profile looks.
Yep. So we do have those statistics, and we do track that. That's part of our asset management strategy. So we kind of understand, you know, when assets are reaching end of service life, and that builds into our asset strategy plan. When should we be planning for replacements? In our inspection cycles, those kind of things. I don't have that with me right now, but we do have that data, and that is something that we actually track in our asset management program. Yep. So. And I should maybe clarify something too for you, Commissioner Hall. So there's 12%, or we said, let me look at the number so I don't misquote something here. So I think there was 14,000 transformers that the data is a little bit unknown. So those are the transformers that it's not real easy for us to line up manufacturing data, information in the field, those type of things. There's 6,000 transformers that we are known PCB. So there's a total of 20,000 transformers of the 115 that are older than 1979 and either contain or could potentially contain PCB in them. So.
Well, let me ask you, you say they could contain PCBs, but wouldn't it be pretty certain that they contain PCBs since you need them as a insulator?
So not all manufacturers, I think what you're asking me is in not every case did the manufacturer use PCB oils. So it's not an automatic that if it's over 1979, then it's an automatic it did contain PCBs. There's some uncertainty. So when there's uncertainty, the way that we dispel that is we test, and we actually take an oil sample. And the way we take an oil sample, or we determine if there is PCB, is we would actually have to go out to the transformer that's mounted on a pole or pan mount, we would actually de-energize service to the customer. We would pull the transformer off of the pole, take it to the ground. It's in a sealed canister. You actually have to take the top of the canister off, take an oil sample, and then send the oil sample off to a lab for analysis. So then we're waiting for the oil sample to come back to confirm, is a PCB, is it not? You know, what's our path? So if we had to do that on 14,000 transformers, you can kind of imagine what the disruption to the system would be. You know, we'd have to schedule and work through all that. Well, by the time we've gone through all of that effort, then it kind of begs the question, well, do you just replace the transformer? Do you wait for the oil analysis to come back? You know, what's your mitigation plan? How do you work through that? So that would be kind of the exercise that we would have to go through if we wanted to confirm or one way or another if those transformers contain PCBs.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you. And, you know, I just wanted to make the comment that I had asked for this to be put on our agenda, not because I'm concerned about environmental contamination per se, I am, but that's really not our jurisdiction, but because of an incident that occurred, it's been over a month ago now, at the home of one of my constituents, where during a storm, a pole got knocked down, the transformer broke apart and spilled on the yard, but service had to be out for, you know, well over a day, I think. It was at least 24 hours. And I'm just, I initially looked into this because of, you know, my concern that it could be a reliability problem going forward with, you know, more severe storms occurring. So just for any listeners who aren't aware of that, we haven't suddenly transformed into the New Mexico Environment Department here. But I just wanted people to understand the nexus with our duties who are listening. So thank you, Omni, and please proceed. This is very interesting. And oh, wait, before I go on, Mark, are you guys going to go through the questions and answers that we've presented? Because I think those are good too. You could do that at the end of Omni's presentation or whatever you want to do, but I would like you to be able to go through the questions and your answers as well.
Sure, we can do that as well.
Yeah.
I think Omni's getting pretty close to done. He'll finish that and we can go through the questions.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll
kind of go for it, please.
One quick follow-up question on in the process of testing the oil, does that increase the risk of exposure to PCBs versus not testing them?
You know, that's one of those things. You open the canister, there's always a risk that somebody could knock it over or tip it over, right? You're handling the device or component. So if we had a plan or our plans when we would typically just mitigate it is we would just pull the transformer off of the pad. We would take it back to our yard to containment area. You seal it up and then you send it off for appropriate disposal. So you don't even open up or prevent the opportunity. So.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yep. So our strategy so far within P&M, and we'll dive into this a little bit more detail when we go through the questions, but it's been more of like an overall asset management strategy. And so just like Commissioner Hall had asked, or kind of we talked through, as our equipment's aging out, there's kind of two different strategies. And so one is when you're young in your life cycle, you have a very surgical approach. We go into individual components we might be having issues or concerns about, and we would surgically address or replace those components. As our distribution system as a whole ages, then it's a little bit more cost effective for us to go out and replace and upgrade the system as a whole. So transformers age, switches, fuses, poles, wires, insulators, reclosers, all the devices are kind of aging at about the same life cycle. Then we build a total project, we dispatch resources, we build it into our schedule, and then we rebuild the distribution feeder as a whole. So that's been our strategy of recent, specific to these aging transformers or aging distribution feeders, is to rebuild as a whole rather than an individual surgical approach. So we will work through them. All of the transformers greater than 1979 will be replaced. I can't give you the exact date right now off the top of my head, but that's the plan through our system rebuilds. So we wanted to mention, and we'll dive into this in the questions too, if we have some average costs based on what it takes us to, do services or to replace transformers. And that was one of the questions that was asked, is how much money are we talking about? We estimate, so we said 20,000 transformers total, estimate $3,000 per transformer. That's the cost to replace, labor, material, resources. That would be on the low side. So if you total that up, we're talking about roughly $60 million. That would be on the low. On the high side, we're thinking it's about $20,000 per transformer to replace. Pad mount transformers larger, maybe there's a little bit more renovation that has to go on. So you do the math, and on a worst case scenario, it would be in that $400 million range. So quite an impact to our customers, to our rates, things like that, if we were to just specifically target just the PCB transformers and work just on those. So the other one we'll mention too, and then we can go into the questions, is we kind of always look at, what's the risk? How often does this occur? Should we take something a little bit more proactive? Should we adjust our business plans? We never want to have spills. That is our goal. We never want to have an incident, and we do everything we can to kind of work to that. But as Commissioner Hall mentioned, we have storms, we have events, things happen. When they do happen, we have safety guards, we have plans that mitigate. We feel like we have a very robust plan that follows all the EPA reporting, mitigations, testing, all those type of things. And we've worked through that. We've had 3 incidents in the last 5 years. So we feel like it's probably not something that occurs very often. When it does occur, we have the right resources in the team to be able to respond and mitigate those type of events should an event occur. So.
With that, Commissioner Hall, we can go through your questions. I think some of them were answered in Omni's presentation, but we want to be sure that we cover them. So I'll read the questions and Omni can kind of go through the answers. You should have this electronically as well from my Monday email, but the first question that Commissioner Hall submitted to us was, what number of PCB containing transformers does P&M presently have in operation? And I think you touched on that, Omni, but you might repeat.
We did, but we'll go ahead and just review that again. So in the P&M service territory, there's just under 115,000 transformers installed across our distribution system. We estimate that there's about 6% or 6,000, which represents 5% of our installs, that likely have PCB oil. There's an additional 14,000, which represents 12% of our transformers in the P&M service territory that are older than 1979 that could potentially contain PCB oil. And then, like we mentioned, prior to 1980, manufacturers weren't required to actually label their nameplate. That's where the uncertainty is coming from.
The next question was what?
Oh, excuse me, Mark, for just a minute. I got a question there.
Absolutely.
So it doesn't say it in your written answer, but Omni just said there's an additional, the 12% is an additional. I didn't get that from your answer. So there's approximately 6,000 transformers that likely contain it, and an additional transformers that also could potentially contain PCBs because they're older. So that would be 18% that either likely contain it or may contain it. 18%. Okay.
Yeah, yep. That's actually the 12 plus 5, which would be the 17%. But yes.
What, 6,000 plus 14,000? Wait, that's 20,000. Mm-hmm. Or it's 5%. It's 5% plus 12%. Yeah, 17%. You're right. 20,000 transformers. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
That addresses really the second question, was what percentage of all P&M's operating transformers does the answer to question 1 above represent? And I covered that. It's 5% and 12%. Right. The third question was, does P&M own any PCB-free replacement transformers at this time that have not been put into service?
And so I think the response to that you were asking us is yes, we do. We have a rolling stock, a rolling inventory of spares. All transformers that we purchase now are PCB free. And we average about 5 transformers per size in our inventory is what we have.
Okay, the next question is, when will PNM perform the needed replacements?
So touched on this just a little bit, but our replacement plan is typically as transformers either fail and we replace with PCB-free transformers in our normal course of business. We're constantly replacing transformers, rebuilding feeders and infrastructure. So that kind of goes back into what our strategy has been. So.
Okay. I think we've covered
So
this one.
I take it you're replacing with non-PCB containing transformers.
That is correct. Yes.
And do you always put in the same size, or depending on changes on the feeder load, do you increase the size or decrease?
We do. We always want to evaluate it and make sure we're meeting customers' needs. So it's not always an automatic. We go back with the exact same size. Depending on the situation or the event, we would actually do an engineering analysis of what is needed, and then we would install the adequate size transformer.
Thank you.
The next question I think we've addressed partially, is PNM phasing out the use of PCB containing transformers as they age out pursuant to what law, if any?
So we touched on this a little bit earlier, but, and I won't read my answer verbatim, but there is no specific law from the EPA at this point in time. But that is part of our plan, just in our aging infrastructure, is to replace the PCB containing transformers.
Let's see. I think the law, I do want the, the details from these answers read aloud so the audience can hear them too.
Okay.
Whoever's listening.
All right,
Okay.
I can read that. I can read that for you.
Yeah.
You bet. So PNM is replacing the PCB containing transformers as aging infrastructure is replaced as a result of our planned upgrades or specific equipment failures. PNM replaces aging equipment based on equipment life expectancy, equipment failures, inspections, and system upgrades to support our increasing demands. PCB use as a coolant in transformers was banned from the manufacturing in 1979 by the EPA's Toxic Substance Control Act, the TSCA. And then because of the prohibitive cost of identifying and replacing transformers, there's no current law requiring the replacement of PCB equipment.
That was a thank you. Sorry. Thanks.
You bet. You bet.
The next question was, how soon will all the PCB containing transformers be replaced? What dictates this date? So PNM, we does not have an exact date of when all PCB containing transformers will be replaced, but we are systematically working through transformers as appropriate during our normal course of business. Do newer PCB transformers have more rated capacity than the PCB containing transformers?
So the shorter answer to that is no. Transformers are designed with a KVA rating, and then the rating is actually published on the nameplate of the transformer. So ratings are independent of what the cooling medium is. So if it had PCB oil, or if it's mineral oil or other oil types today, it's based on the KVA rating that's actually published on the transformer. So.
The next question, question 8 from Commissioner Hall, was, should the phase out, if any, or replacement of PNM's PCB containing transformers proceed more rapidly? Why or why not?
Yeah. We've talked a little bit about this, but transformers are replaced based on life expectancy, loading, inspections, and failures. PNM estimates that the labor-intensive cost to replace all transformers that could potentially contain PCB, and that would exceed $60 million. PNM's investment strategy is targeted to replace an improvement of the aging infrastructure over the next several years.
Would it be possible to alleviate, at least in part, the very long wait times for residential and small business customers seeking to interconnect their solar arrays to the distribution grid by replacing PNM's PCB containing transformers with newer, larger capacity non-PCB containing transformers?
So what we responded there is there's not necessarily any direct connection between the replacement of the transformers that potentially contain PCBs and upgrading distribution feeders that are at capacity. There's other limitations on the feeders to the solar capacity on a feeder, namely or specifically conductor size, substation transformer ratings. PNM, we review all solar applications for their system impact on the feeder and the transformers. If a transformer is required for the interconnection of a residential or small business solar, P&M will install an approximate size transformer based on our engineering calculations and design standards and in accordance with the interconnection cost allocation requirements.
Okay, the next question, question 10, was what do newer, larger capacity, non-PCB containing replacement transformers cost? I think you answered that before, but we'll read into
mention. We'll talk about that one again too. So transformer capacity is not directly tied to the coolant composition, and the capacity of the transformer size is and the capacity of a transformer is sized to meet the particular needs and limitations of the localized infrastructure and overall system. Transformers costs vary based on the metal and manufacturing cost. For estimating purposes, P&M estimates a cost of $3,000 to $20,000 per transformer based on the rating and the type of transformer.
Okay, the next question was, would P&M seek to recover the cost for the replacement transformers by what method? And I'll answer that one. P&M has not determined a specific method of cost recovery targeted to the replacement of transformers that contain PCBs, but generally P&M includes, the cost of equipment replacement, improvements, and upgrades, including for transformers in our base rates as part of a general rate case proceeding. P&M could consider use of distribution or transmission rate riders for recovery of specific system improvement programs, which obviously be subject to commission review and approval. And then the last question was, what are the pros and cons of the replacement effort described in question 8? And question 8 was the question that had to do with should the phase out, if any, or replacement of PCB containing transformers proceed more rapidly? Why or why not?
Mm-hmm. Yep, and so we've kind of talked through some of this, but maybe to try to bring some of those things home. Program designed solely to replace transformers containing PCBs would unduly costly and be cumbersome and would be ineffective use of our resources, especially because it would be highly labor intensive to identify transformers that might contain PCBs. So replacing select transformers across the system will result in a higher incremental cost of each asset and then only address one aging infrastructure item on the feeder. P&M plans to rebuild feeders as a programmatic, holistic rebuild so that poles, wires, insulators, transformers, switches, fuses, protection, and other equipment are replaced or upgraded as part of an integrated plan. Rebuilding all the necessary feeders components at the same time will increase the reliability of the overall feeder and reset the feeder life expectancy and service capabilities, which would result from a simple which wouldn't result from a simple transformer replacement.
So Commissioner Hall, that's it concludes our presentation, our formal presentation, and then that's all the questions I think that you formally asked of the email.
Right, and I appreciate it. I guess, I'm sorry. What'd you say at the end there?
If there's any other questions, we're happy to answer them.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, if I might just ask a few follow-up questions.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sure you, Mark and Omni, noticed that question 9 where I was saying, would this be something that could aid in the interconnection of solar arrays? To look at these PCB containing transformers. And I understand your answer. I think it makes sense. But in connection with your question 12, it still makes me wonder about how P&M might proceed moving forward in looking at their distribution grid needs and whether or not the notion of what looks like some maybe too old, some of the transformers, maybe up to 70% might be at the age where they should be replaced. And then, following on that, there certainly are some that are not quite as old, but approaching that age. I'm wondering if it raises a question in the company's mind whether to proceed on the plan that you mentioned in question 12. You say PNM's plan is to rebuild feeders as a programmatic, holistic rebuild. I guess my question is, do you think from what you're seeing that it might be opportune for the company to start contemplating such a rebuild, not just because of the transformers, but also because of the other demands that are beginning to be placed on the distribution grid right now in terms of interconnection and rules related to that, and community solar. Does this hasten the company's planning process on modernizing the distribution grid? And does the need to age out, if you will, the PCB transformers contribute to that study?
Yeah, I want to be a little careful with this answer. The question about the feeder capacity, as you know, Commissioner Hall, all of us are concerned that some of our feeders are at capacity. So when developers come on, that feeder's at capacity and we have difficulty adding additional incremental capacity. We're looking at some engineering solutions to that that are different than replacing these transformers. And the reason I said I want to be a little careful with answering this question, we may be in front of the commission, it could be in the near future, with an application that may address our resource adequacy issues, and it might also partially address that feeder capacity issue as well. We're looking at some solutions. So I don't want to get into a lot of detail because we might have a case in front of you, but I'm just sharing with you that we are looking at solutions that involve the feeder capacity issue. That's, in my mind, is separate from this PCB and transformers. I don't know if you want to say anything further, but I think we need to be pretty careful about this because we may have a case coming before the commission at some point.
Well, thank you. That's interesting to hear that you may be doing that, and we may be interested in looking at it whenever it may come. But I guess the word holistic pops out at me here when you say a programmatic holistic rebuild, that looks at all the components of the system, the distribution system. So I hear you saying that you look at them as two distinct different things, but I guess I'm positing my question to suggest that maybe they're not totally they arise from different concerns, but it may be that those concerns would find a common remedy. So you want to comment on that, Omni, or is that what that was about there?
I think Mark wanted me to comment.
I see.
What I can offer is when we rebuild a distribution feeder, we want to look at what the needs of our customers are, and we want to meet those. And so our design standards and materials and things like that exactly the same today as they were back in the 1970s? No, some of those things have actually advanced and kind of come along. Our customer needs have changed as well in some of those. So if our system is at limitations or at capacities on a feeder, then we don't want to necessarily put a piece of equipment back in that's automatically stressed and at max.
Say that again. I didn't quite understand everything you said. Can you repeat that last thing?
When we're designing our system, we're taking all of those considerations. What's the current need, but then even kind of what's the need of that distribution feeder? We look at a planning model to evaluate, what's the area needs as well on a distribution feeder. So we're we're re-evaluating distribution feeders when we go through a rebuild cycle on the feeder. It's not always just a like for like replacement. There is engineering analysis that's going on before we go rebuild or replace components on a systematic rebuild.
Well, thank you. I see. So does that analysis contemplate reliability as one factor? Because I mean, my concern with these transformers is that when something goes wrong, it's the power is out and it becomes a reliability issue. And I understand that happened. I guess that was an issue in California some years ago. I heard from just a offhand comment from Art on our staff, Arthur O'Donnell, and his experience in California. I haven't pursued looking into that much, but California certainly considered the fact that transformers contain PCBs to be a reliability issue because of the additional challenges faced in having to change them out, especially when they ruptured. So I guess I'm hearing you guys say that presently, when you look at distribution system upgrade, I'm not hearing you say that this aspect of transformers is something that makes you look at it with closer scrutiny from the reliability standpoint. You look at reliability in general, but this might not up that little component in your mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're not seeing, it goes back to the number of failures that we've had on transformers and the number of events, but we're not seeing mass failures of transformers, PCB containing transformers. So that doesn't necessarily elevate our risk that we're seeing today. Not to say something doesn't change in the future, but that today we're not seeing that elevating our risk.
And you said earlier, now you've only had about 3 incidents of this nature in the last 5 years, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yes, and that's pretty good. That's great, in fact. But
well, we'd like zero. That's always our goal.
Yeah. I guess my concern arose because this particular incident that I was familiar with occurred during a rather violent storm, and I think it's generally understood, and I'm sure your utility is anticipating that storms will be more violent in the future in general. I mean, certainly not. We can't predict storm by storm, but that's where I see the reliability component coming in, just because it's particularly vulnerable type of transformer. And it's not that it's more vulnerable per se mechanically, but it raises reliability issues insofar as when it falls down, there's a lot more work to do on the ground before you can get up, get another transformer up there in place. And that's been this sort of come to my attention in this one incident that this was a neighbor of mine, although not really directly in my neighborhood, but not far away, and I have to say, from what I understand, your company performed, immediately and consistent and has been consistently working to remedy the spill, but it did require that the system be down. So I'm not talking about the idea that these transformers would fail more frequently. I don't think that's the reliability issue. I think it's the consequence of, if they rupture for any reason and they're old, and there will be more opportunities for that to happen with more violent storms, then that could start to become a reliability problem insofar as there's more outage associated with it. So, if you want to comment to that, fine. But otherwise, I'll stop talking and hand this back to the chair and see if other commissioners are interested in following up on anything. Did you want to respond to that or not? It's up to you.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm pretty much finished with my questions.
Okay. And Any other commissioner questions here?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Maestas.
thank you. Mark and Omni, thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Hall, thank you for bringing this issue to light. You know, I was wondering, first of all, about feeder lines. There is a growing, I call it a suburb here in Santa Fe in La Cienega, and the entire area has a feeder line that's at capacity. And in fact, one of the first complaints that I fielded as a new commissioner was from someone who had rooftop solar installed and was unable to interconnect. And so I'm encouraged to hear that there is some programmatic effort afoot to start upgrading some of these feeder lines. I hope you would start with La Cienega, but that's your decision. But you know, I think the greater issue is, I think, asset management. And I know that I think your policy is to replace these transformers, you know, as a course of business, but I think a lot of these transformers are well past their design life. And however, you know, you've had good luck in terms of the number of transformers that have failed that are beyond their design life. But I'm concerned that you might start seeing maybe an exponential occurrence of these older transformers failing. And so I'm wondering, you know, if you're proactive and replace some of these older transformers that are beyond their design life, wouldn't that make sense from a rate recovery and capital planning standpoint, since you're no longer benefiting from straight line depreciation? That's one issue. And then the other issue is, which is better, a planned interruption when you proactively replace a transformer versus an unplanned interruption when you deal with a transformer failure that could be compounded if that transformer has PCB oils? So I'll stop there. If you guys can maybe address that, you know, why not be proactive if you're not benefiting from straight line depreciation, and is a planned interruption better than an unplanned interruption?
You bet, Commissioner Maestas. So you know the answer to both those questions, and I think you do. And so on the first one about, you know, asset life, depreciation schedules, things like that, those are all items that we actually evaluate in our asset management strategy. And so those are the things that we're looking at to say, which feeder should we rebuild? Again, it's very much of a holistic approach. So we look at the distribution feeder as a whole. What's the average service life of the poles, the wire, the transformers, the reclosers, all the devices? You kind of average that together. You look at all the assets, and then you determine which feeder is the next feeder that we need to go work on. And so that's what's kind of driving us to where we need, based on asset life. That's one. There's a lot of other inputs into that equation. We also look at, you know, whether we have the number of faults on underground feeders, if our inspection records are telling us that the assets are actually depreciating or the aging out a little bit faster. Remember when we say average service life and we say that average service is 40 years, that's kind of that bell curve. So some of those assets are going to fail quicker than the 40 years. There's going to be assets that are going to be longer than 40 years. That's an average when we think of that, right? And one of the things we do benefit from in the Southwest is the weather. That's why a lot of us love living in New Mexico. And so typically we don't have hurricanes or tornadoes or major storms that kind of, some of those events actually destroy poles and conductors and other assets a little bit shorter. And that causes that, when we say average service life, we're looking across the entire industry of the United States, averaging things out. So again, we do benefit that a lot of our assets will live a little bit longer than that industry average service life. So those are all inputs, again, that we're looking into our planning schedule. So that plays into the second question that you're asking, and we very much would rather be planned and scheduled on our activities rather than being reactionary. And so that is our goal, is take all those inputs into our asset management strategy, determine which feeders we need to go rebuild next on the cycle, and then ahead of events, failures, or outages, go into the distribution feeder, perform their upgrades or distribution feeder rebuilds, restore and reset the asset life, and then improve the reliability service to our customers. It obviously is a drain on our resources if we're only responding to storm events or outage events and then run into one emergency to the next. That is not our preferred methodology. I hope
My
I
last
answered your
question, Mr. Chair, and Omni, if have you identified how many of the 20,000 transformers that are past the average design life are on a feeder line that's going to require a holistic upgrade versus transformers that could be replaced on a standalone basis?
We do have that data. I don't have it in front of me right now to quote it specifically, but we do have that data. So we have what's referred to as GIS maps, and we literally can look at our assets as they're mapped out across the state. We can correlate a distribution transformer to an actual feeder, and that's part of our analysis as well. And so when we see outliers out there, that kind of drives our inspection records or our inspection protocols, which feeders, transformers, devices do we want to go actually perform maybe a little bit more inspections on, so that we catch those devices before we actually have failures. And if they don't fit into that program rebuild for a distribution feeder.
Could you, sorry to interrupt, could you please repeat that answer? I drifted for a second, and I think I missed something important.
You bet, you bet. So I'll attempt to try to recall all those things. If I miss something, let me know. But we do have, all of our assets are built on what's called a GIS map. And so we can actually look at a map of the state. We can see our distribution feeders, and we can see each pole, transformer, each one of our assets, and associate it with a feeder. So we build our plans to rebuild a distribution feeder. If we have outliers, so that was the question I think really Commissioner Maestas was asking, if we have a transformer that's the outlier, maybe it's not on a feeder we're planning on rebuild, what our intent would be is we'll go do a little bit more inspections or testing on devices to make sure that we can identify pre-failure, and then if we need to schedule an individual replacement of that asset, then we would dispatch our crews to address that item. So that's kind of how we're managing and not neglecting or missing other areas on our system that may be aging out. So.
Mr. Chair, if you could send that information and break out the number or percentage of the 20,000 transformers that are past the average design life that could potentially be replaced as an outlier or on a standalone basis. Can you provide that information?
Let me take a look at it and see how easy it is to interpret for you in a form. So, because I guess the point that I'm getting at then is we end up, let me take a look at the data and then see how easy that is to interpret to you.
Okay, I mean, if it's all GISed and you're holistic, I mean, that shouldn't be an issue.
So my question to you is, we build 5-year, 10-year, and 20-year capital plans. If they fit into those plans, then there wouldn't, is your horizon saying anything greater than 5 years you would like to see? If we weren't going to do a holistic rebuild, then you want to see those transformers? Or is it, if it doesn't fit into our systematic rebuilds in a 20-year plan, then you want to see those items? That's kind of, so again, this is like a moving clock all the time. Every year we add a year and we take a year off, if you will. And so we're always adjusting our plans and looking at it each year. And then as the assets age, there's new data that's coming into it as well for every single year, if that makes any sense. So This
is your transformers that you've identified that are past the design life, that are outliers, that wouldn't normally on a programmatic basis be a part of a feeder line upgrade.
okay.
All I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas, and we'll get back with you with an answer.
Are there any other commissioner questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Byrd.
thank you. I have probably a pretty easy question. What is the life expectancy of the new technology transformers?
I don't think it's any different. So it's still looking at that 40 to 45-year range, depending on if you're a pole mounted transformer or 45-year, or a pad mounted transformer, 45 for a pad mount.
Anything else, Commissioner Byrd?
Sir, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I got a couple real quick. So you mentioned that you can, that you will occasionally replace an outlier if it's found to be aging, I guess, because of normal field inspections. Did I understand that correctly or not?
Correct.
Mr. Chair,
I'm
could
sorry,
you
did you
repeat
hear
that question?
me?
You broke up a little. Could you repeat that question, please?
Okay. Yeah, I keep getting an unstable connection message here, so
Yeah.
sorry. You mentioned that sometimes there'd be an outlier that's not on a feeder upgrade that you'd identify that needed replacement. Can you just real quickly describe kind of the inspection protocol you go through? Is it some kind of statistical inspection regimen that you go through, or how does that work?
Sure, you bet. So there's a few things, and they kind of vary based on what the inspection or intent is. But we would look at transformer loading. That's one thing that very much drives the life of a transformer, is when I say loading, how much current we're serving to the transformer. So that's one item. The other one is we do have thermography scans where we can actually perform a thermography scan of the transformer to determine if there's heating, excess heating on a transformer.
What kind of, I'm sorry to interrupt. What's that tomography you say? Thermography. Okay.
Yep, it's a thermal image where you can actually see the temperature rating or the temperature of the device. And
so that gives you an indication of wear and tear on it as well. The hotter, the shorter you expect its life to be.
Yeah, and if you have hot spots or heating points in the transformer, then that would maybe indicate that you've got connection issues or just overheating even in the transformer as a whole. So it kind of tells you the health of the transformer.
So you just take that assessment just on a snapshot type basis?
It's a thermal camera, and it actually does a thermal image, and then you can actually capture that, take it back to the lab and analyze it back on a computer. There's a handheld thermal camera that you can actually take to the field to capture the image.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And then the other is just, a visual inspection. So obviously our technicians, our inspectors are kind of trained for what's a typical equipment look like. So they would actually do a visual inspection on the transformer or the equipment as well.
In terms of going forward, you mentioned three failures of PC transformers where they leaked, I guess, in the last 5 years. It occurs to me that we could end up going to a lot of expense on what currently is a small program. Commissioner Maestas asked the question, gee, could the rate of that kind of failure increase over time? But it seems to me that if we just do some reporting on the number of these kinds of failures that happen, we can identify whether it becomes a threat that's worth changing our procedures or making a big investment. We can just pull the failure data and let that drive our decision. Does that make sense to you as a way to approach this?
You know, that's definitely one method. It kind of goes back to the being proactive. That is one method, and it's definitely an input. We always kind of evaluate risk, but if we had an increasing number of failures or events, then obviously that would increase our timeline or decrease our timeline, increase our urgency. So,
yeah. Okay, well, that's all the questions that I had.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, anything else?
Yeah, I have a follow-up question, just based on something Omni just said. I believe you made a mention of load-associated aging. You said something to the effect that you see more rapid aging as the load increases, or there's some connection there. Can you go into that? And would that mean that, say, on a feeder that is at capacity, you're going to have a greater likelihood of a more rapidly aging transformer then? And therefore, that would mean that you should give a little more scrutiny to those transformers on full capacity or close to full capacity feeders.
yeah, that's an in-depth question. I'll try to hit the highlights so I don't go too technical into that. But when we look at it and we say a feeder is a capacity, there can be any number of limiting factors. And oftentimes the limiting factor on a feeder is actually the cable that's coming out of the substation supplying the distribution feeder. So that oftentimes becomes the limiting factor on a distribution feeder, okay? It could be the overhead wire, it could be a substation transformer. So each feeder, we look at them on a case by case to see what is the limiting factor on a distribution feeder. It's by the time we get to a distribution transformer that's supplying a customer, that oftentimes is not the limiting factor for an overall feeder. It may be the limiting factor for how many customers you can supply on the transformer. And if we needed to supply more customers, then we would increase that transformer size or set another transformer, is what we would typically do. So what I was referencing, I hope that answered your question about limitations on feeders. And there's a lot more detail there that maybe we could set a different time to just talk specifically about. But when we talk about transformer heating and that, you know, how does that impact the age of the life of the transformer? The transformer is an electrical device. The current's flowing through the wire. We have paper insulation wrapped around the conductor. So you can imagine that there's heat flowing. As the current flows through the wire, it generates heat. That heat will actually degrade the paper insulation in the transformer. And and that's where we can dive into all kinds of engineering analysis and detail that kind of show the I squared T and the heating elements and how that affects the transformer life. But it degrades the paper over time. And if you increase the heat, then you exponentially reduce the life of a transformer. Transformers are designed for a size, a specific rating. So as long as you're only supplying that rating, then you should get a normal life expectancy. If the transformer is supplying more than its designed rating, then that's when we would start degrading the life of that transformer.
Okay, so does the transformer have to provide more than its design rating when the feeder has had more, say, rooftop systems added on, so it's at capacity? Does the fact of getting to full capacity or close to it trigger that kind of degradation and aging?
Not necessarily. So this is kind of diving into other little tangents, but not necessarily.
Okay. But it can, right?
Not
Did I
really.
miss that? Not
So
really.
the transformer supplies the customer,
Yes.
and you look at the amount of current flow or the load energy flowing through the transformer, either to the customer or from the customer back onto the system. For most of our feeders that are capacity, what's actually occurring there is the amount of potential backflow of energy from all the customers on the feeder that would have PV. That's hitting the limitation on the conductor or the substation transformer. So it's not the limitation of the residential customer. It's actually the limitation on that feeder is limited by the conductor size of the distribution feeder, what we would call the backbone.
I see. Okay.
Or the substation transformer.
All right. Thank you. So I have no more questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, guys, thank you. These are you giving us very clear answers. And sometimes our questions aren't as clear as your answers. So I just want to let you know that I appreciate your patience and talking us through it. Yeah, the takeaway that I'm getting is that at least right now, this is a fairly small problem based on your incidences, and that it's not an urgent safety concern. It just seems to me that maybe, I don't know, once a year or something, it'd be nice if we just got a report on how many of these kinds of failures are occurring. In the meantime, we should be providing information Commissioner Maestas asked for, certainly. But, you know, I don't want to take a pile driver to a flea in terms of the commission's response and in terms of spending a ton of money for a problem that may be pretty small. At least that's my perspective. Is my read consistent with your thoughts or not?
Yeah, I think it is, Commissioner Fishman. I think that was a pretty good summary that, you know, we've had 3 incidents in 5 years. To replace all the transformers that potentially have PCBs would be a very labor-intensive and expensive effort. And then in terms of reporting, you know, we don't have a reporting requirement specific to this type of transformer. We have lots of other reporting requirements related to outages. They're not exactly this type of outage, but, you know, if we have an outage on our system that is greater than 1 megawatt or lasts longer than 30 minutes, we make a report. We're very diligent about making those kind of reports with the commission. But this type of incident, there's not a requirement to report it. But certainly, you know, if you'd like us to come back in the future and talk about this, we will address Commissioner Maestas' question to the best of our ability. We'll provide a written response here on that one. But I think you summarized it pretty well, Commissioner Fishman.
So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
So I was just going to say thank you, and I appreciate your comments. I guess when this incident occurred that I became aware of, which started triggering my concerns about resource adequacy. You know, we had come off a period of time where there was a cold weather event and then these intense storms and wildfires. And so I'm just looking forward to that. I don't disagree with your comments, and I think their failure rate is reassuring. But nevertheless, I think it's just something, you know, to keep an eye on and see if, and I particularly wanted to investigate whether or not there would be any synergies to achieve with our other needs for enhancing the distribution grid. So I've learned a lot today and I appreciate it.
Well, and we appreciate you bringing this forward, and I appreciated when you called me on the phone and let me know about that particular customer. And we always like the opportunity. This has been good dialogue between P&M and the commission. We appreciate that.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, both of you.
Okay. Can you all?
You're breaking up, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, you may want to turn your video off.
Video. Yeah, I did turn my video off. Is that better?
It may be.
Not much.
Looks better.
Okay, you and Commissioner Hall. Jesus. Okay. Consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mike, could you take the roll?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The vote by a vote of 5-0, the minutes for the September 15th, 2021 meeting, open meeting are approved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second. Mike, would you please read the items and let's
Yes,
take
the
the vote.
consent action items today consist of transportation matters, case 12-00257 TRM in the matter of a complaint by Running Bear Inc., DBA Rocky Mountain EMS against Superior Ambulance Inc. is a potential order. Case 21-00226 TRM in the matter of the application of Taos County Emergency Ambulance for reissuance of certificate number 12599 to provide ambulance service. This is a potential order regarding application for reissuance. I will take the roll. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
The consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, so let's go up to item number 3 on the agenda. Isaac. Scroll down just a little further. Whoops, 3. Oh, no, go above that one. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, are you looking for the case that was removed from consent?
It was removed from consent. I want to make that the first item that we cover on regular.
Okay, I have it right here. I had
Okay.
moved it down to the utility section, but.
Okay, that's fine. Whoops. All right, so let's take item now 5, 21-00083 UT in the matter of the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for decertification and abandonment of 114 megawatts of leased Palo Verde nuclear generating station capacity and sale and transfer of related assets, and for approval to procure new resources under 17.9.551 NMAC. Potential order regarding motions for rehearing. And Commissioner Maestas, well, Michael, please quick describe what's going on here. And then Commissioner Maestas, I know you have questions and issues, so we'll go to you right after that.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this, as I guess by way of background for those who are listening, This is a order that addresses motions for rehearing that were filed on the commission's, with regard to the commission's September 8th, 2021 order on the remaining issues in the commission's recommended decision, rather in the recommended decision on the motions to dismiss that had been filed. That recommended decision was issued by hearing examiner Carolyn Glick on July 28, 2021. The commission's September 8th order addressed only the remaining issues that were left after the commission previously ruled, issued rather its first order on the recommended decision, which dismissed 2 of PNM's claims in the case. The parties that filed motions for rehearing were the Albuquerque-Bernalillo Water Utility Authority, the Bernalillo County, the County of Bernalillo rather, New Energy Economy, and the New Mexico Attorney General jointly. They filed a verified joint motion for reconsideration of the commission's discretionary ruling on future accounting treatment of costs associated with PNM's Palo Verde leased interests already being recovered in current rates, and a request for brief oral argument. Not a very brief title, but that is the title. Also, a motion for rehearing was filed by Public Service Company of New Mexico, PNM, which was filed on the same day. The reason, basically what we have, I should actually note that PNM did file a response in opposition to the joint motion for reconsideration. And that was filed on Monday, September 27th. The order that's in front of the commission, sorry, I'm trying to move my screens around here, would basically grant the motions for rehearing in order, and this is partially procedurally, in order to provide the commission with additional time to issue an order in response to the motions for rehearing with regard to the commission's previous order, the September 28th order, rather 8th order on the motions to dismiss. The reason that I'm doing this in this way, I had hoped to actually have an order for you today, but quite frankly, these motions were filed while I was out of town, and I came back on the 27th, and that was the same day PNM had filed its motion, or rather its response to the verified motions for reconsideration. And as the commission knows, it took this off the agenda last week because I didn't have an opportunity to get an order together. And at this time, upon returning, there were a lot of other demands for my time, and the issues that are raised in this case are, I think, issues that are important and are capable of repetition as regards the commission's treatment of regulatory assets and ruling on motions to dismiss. Therefore, I think it would be to the benefit of all the parties and to the commission to issue a more detailed order addressing the issues that are raised in the motions to dismiss, as well as the motions for rehearing, which raise some additional issues that were not raised with regard to the original motions to dismiss. And part of the reason for that we are doing it this way also is that the statute that governs the consideration of motions for rehearing in utility cases is section 621016, and that provides that the commission has 20 days from the date that the motion for rehearing is filed to issue a ruling on the motion for rehearing. And if the commission does not act within that 20 days, then by operation of law, the motions are deemed denied, and the commission would lose its opportunity to issue a more detailed order in response. So by granting the motion for rehearing, the effect of that is under the statute is to vacate the commission's original September 28th, 2021 order. It does not constitute a ruling on the merits of the issues that are raised in the motions for rehearing or on the motions to dismiss. It merely provides that the commission will continue to consider the issue until it issues a new order to replace the September 8th, 2021 order that is being vacated by granting the motions for rehearing. So that's effectively what this does today.
And if I'm clear on this, the way I was reading the order is that it would not allow for oral argument, but it would allow for written submissions.
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have addressed that. The reason for that is because what I believe are really raised here are pure issues of law that are at issue. And I don't believe that oral argument really benefits the commission on matters of law. The parties have an opportunity to make all their arguments in a very orderly fashion through the submission of their pleadings. If this was an issue about how to interpret evidence that had been presented in an evidentiary hearing that is going to be applied, that to which the law rather would be applied, and the commission involves the commission's role as the finder of fact, then I think that, you know, at times oral argument can benefit the commission because it allows the parties to comment on those matters of fact. But I think with regard to pure issues of law, I think it's better and more orderly to address this based on the written pleadings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Maestas, take it away with questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I think anytime we have to vacate vacate a recent order, I think it should not be in consent, despite that these are, you know, questions of law. But I think the immediate question that comes to mind is our September 8th order, I thought adopted the recommended decision. So I'm wondering, what are the ramifications to the RD at this point if we vacate that September 8th order?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I believe that we ordered, I'm looking for my orders here. The September 8th order was, sorry, I'm trying to find here.
So my recollection was that the hearing examiner had, on the issue of the assets, had recommended not booking a regulatory asset, and it denied the request. And I think what we did said, no, we're not going to deny that with prejudice. We're going to let that come up in resolving the remaining issues. So that was my recollection of what we did. So that we actually did amend the recommended decision slightly.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look up the timing of this to make sure I'm doing this correctly.
You're probably reading the decretal paragraph A in that order. So that's kind of the nature of my question is we adopted, approved, and accepted the hearing examiner's RD addressing the motions to dismiss with prejudice P&M's request for a regulatory asset for the cost for obtaining an abandonment order.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that my dates are not off. I'm trying to go to the correct orders. The problem with having this all electronically, I don't have the paper in front of me. I believe the September 8th is the correct date. The commission had previously adopted portions of the recommended decision on August 25th. I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure that I did not erroneously put the wrong date in there. So we issued an order on August 25th, which accepted portions of the recommended decision, and the September 8th date, order date, was only the portions that would be vacated by the commission's order today, and those address the issues that were remaining, which were the issues about the regulatory asset that P&M is requesting. And that order denied the motions to dismiss P&M's claims for the regulatory asset and sent that back to the hearing examiner to conduct an evidentiary hearing. So
Mike, the September 8th order just reiterates what we did previously in terms of adopting a portion of the RD, because it's pretty explicit in the September 8th order.
It states what we did previously, yes, but it does not constitute a ruling. The commission's ruling was the prior order.
Okay, I'm okay for now, Mr. Chair. I'm not entirely convinced, but I'm willing to let others ask some questions.
Commissioners, any other questions on this matter? I have a couple quick ones, Mike. If we adopt the approach that you're proposing today on the potential order, that would give us a fairly a more streamlined process for getting these legal arguments to determine how we want to handle this issue of a regulatory asset.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, I think if we, to the extent, there are really two issues at play, which is, and they relate to each other, which is there's an unusual situation in that the motion to dismiss is based not on the main portion of Rule 122.12b, which states that the text of which basically reads that staff or a party to the proceeding may at any time move to dismiss a portion or all of a proceeding for lack of jurisdiction, failure to meet the burden of proof, failure to comply with the rules of the commission, or for other good cause shown. And the hearing examiner's recommended decision relied on the for other good cause shown portion of the rule. And that, as far as I've been able to tell, has not been invoked as a basis for granting a motion to dismiss previously, and was the subject of disagreement between the parties about whether dismissal was appropriate in this case. So providing a more detailed explanation of why or how this Rule 122.12b applies to the specific issue of a request for regulatory assets, approval of a regulatory asset, I think would provide a benefit to the parties by providing some instruction on what the commission's position is with regard to requests for regulatory assets, as well as the commission's position on the clause, the four other good cause shown clause of the rule governing motions to dismiss. Part of the motions for rehearing objected to the lack of specificity in the commission's order denying the motions to dismiss, and I think it would benefit the parties to have more detailed explanation of the commission's reasoning.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm satisfied. I agree with Commissioner Maestas that this kind of item really is better not put on the consent agenda. I think you've got a reasonable approach here. I think it's just something we should always just take a minute to discuss to be sure folks are clear on what we're doing. So that's my comment on that. Other commissioners, are there any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I just looked through the September 8th order, and it doesn't mention the order from August 25th. It says at its August 25th, 2021 meeting, the commission temporarily deferred a ruling on those portions of the RD related to the motions to dismiss PNM's request to approve regulatory assets until it had additional time to consider the arguments set forth in the exceptions and responsive pleadings. It would have been good for the September 8th order to at least mention that we had an August 25th order. And I don't even think the current order that we're going to act on mentions the August 25th order. It refers to the September 8th order. So you can understand my confusion in terms of the lack of mentioning the August 25th order. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, correct. Okay, with that, I would move this order.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Okay.
Which version?
There's a question.
Which version, Mr. Chair?
There was a version 2, and I read through them pretty quickly. And what's the difference between the two of them, Mike?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, actually, I'm not sure why it was put up as a version 2.
I thought they were the same when I read them.
Actually, it was just correcting a typo in the decretal paragraph in which I said that the motions to dismiss were granted I meant to say the motions for rehearing were granted. And so I sent a corrected order, but it's not an alternative order. It's only a correction. So version 2 is the corrected that corrected the typo. And that's decretal paragraph A.
Okay. Any further questions on that? Okay, so let's take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner, the order is adopted by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, terrific. Now let's just hop back up to, thank you, Isaac, to Transportation Matters. And let's go to item 4, 21-194 TREN in the matter of the investigation of Loco Movers Incorporated. Hans, thank you for the short title.
You're welcome. Good morning, Commissioner Fishman and commissioners. This matter comes before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission upon the notice of stipulated settlement and the order vacating hearing from hearing examiner Christopher Ryan. As you may remember, transportation staff was reviewing local movers as they were alleged to be operating without a license. The staff reviewed and reported that LMI had been in violation of operating without a license since January 1st, 2016, and other statutory violations, including failing to do criminal background checks on employees, failure to do drug screening on drivers, failure to have workers' compensation insurance, and failure to submit proof of financial responsibility. The staff then calculated a proposed penalty based upon those violations and the number of violation days and number of compliance dates for each of those violations. They proposed a maximum penalty of $5 per day and a minimum penalty of $1 per day, excuse me, which calculated a total penalty based upon the $1 a day of $9,545. I'll remind the commission that the administrative penalty provisions, section 65-2A32, provide that the commission may assess an administrative fine of no more than $10,000 for each violation of a provision of the Motor Carrier Act or a lawful rule or order of the commission. In the case of a continuing violation, each day's violation shall be deemed to be a separate and distinct offense. So even though the statutory provisions allow $10,000 per day per violation, the recommended minimum penalty here was only $1 per day. Staff, local movers and staff then subsequently entered into and stipulated to the penalty amount of $9,545 in conjunction with the agreement that local movers will cease business operations as local movers did not apply for a certificate to continue its operations. As both parties have agreed to this stipulation, I recommend the commission approve the settlement in full satisfaction of the investigation. The proposed order then would accept the settlement agreement between staff and local movers, requiring local movers to cease and desist all business operations and pay the agreed upon fine of $9,545. It's my understanding that local movers would like to enter into a payment structured settlement in order to pay that $9,545 rather than having a strict deadline. So in my proposed order, I have recommended that staff and local movers enter into a structured payment agreement in order to pay off that fine in a timely fashion rather than setting a strict deadline for them to pay that by. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Commissioner
Thank
Burke.
you. Good morning, Hans.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Was there any indication as to why they weren't going to apply for a certificate?
Based upon the understanding with staff, I believe they were kind of reviewing whether to do business anyway due to the current economic hardship. It was my understanding that they were having trouble finding employees anyhow at the current moment in time. So I believe that local movers essentially decided that ceasing business operations was in its best interest.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Questions from other commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just have one question. But just hearing the answer to that last question makes me maybe understand the answer to my question. My question is, I appreciate the fact that local movers would need some time to pay off this debt. And I was going to ask, but shouldn't we have some outside time frame, like 3 or 4 years or something, in which they could pay it off? But upon hearing that they, it's in their best interest not to pursue this business, I guess my question to Hans is, why did you not have some ultimate cutoff time frame, like 3, 4, or 5 years?
Commissioner, I did reach out to the attorney representing local movers to ask him for a more specific timeline of what would be satisfactory for them. Unfortunately, I did not get a response. What I could do is have, as add a line to this order, potentially instructing staff to file into this docket the ultimate agreement that they come to with local movers, so we have a specific timeline on file in this docket. I'd be happy to add that to the proposed order, so we have clarification on that.
I'd just like to see some clarity about when will they be finished paying off the penalty. I don't think I've seen an order before where it just leaves it up to staff to continually monitor until it's paid off. Although it's not bad for staff to monitor. I mean, I guess I haven't seen one where the terms of the payment of the penalty have not been contained in the order. So I'm a little uncomfortable with not having terms.
Like I said, I had hoped to have heard back from council to be able to put that into the order. Unfortunately, I did not get a response.
Yeah.
So I think you're correct. I think it might be best to add a line indicating that to have, once that an agreement is reached, that staff shall file into this docket, just with that, what the outline of that payment structure with deadlines. So we have confirmation on that.
Well, do we have a deadline of deciding this today? I mean, we could postpone a decision until we get that information, and maybe that'll help the attorney for the company respond. What do you think there?
I could certainly do that and bring it back next week as well.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I think I prefer to do that. I just think we need to tie up that one loose end in the order, and we might as well bring it back next week. It shouldn't take that long, assuming the attorney responds.
Yeah. Personally, I don't have a problem with that. I'll just quick poll other commissioners. Are we okay with pushing it out another week so we can have a complete order here that has the terms of the settlement, the payment terms?
I'm in favor to table it.
So if there's no objection, we'll just table this until next week. And Hans, hopefully you'll get that additional information. I want to just thank staff for trying to take a measured approach on the fine here. It may be that LOCO simply can't afford to, meet the regular requirements of having the insurance, the required insurance, and other issues. Certainly a lot of violations here, but certainly we don't want to squeeze blood from a rock here. Try to squeeze blood from a rock.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I agree. And I don't mean to suggest that it needs to be 3, 4, or 5 years, as I stated. It can be longer, but I just think we need to have some sort of term certain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything? So we just need a move to table. I'll make a move to table.
Okay, I'll second it.
Do we have a second?
I just seconded it. Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, Mike, would you take the roll on that? Yeah, and I'll be more specific. Move to table till next week.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The matter is tabled until next week by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, so we're on to item 5 here, 21-220 TREN, the matter of the investigation of AV Travel Company. And Hans, this is yours again.
Thank you, Commissioner. The matter comes before the commission upon staff's petition for issuance of an order to show cause. As you may remember, AV Travel Company was brought to the commission based upon a complaint. Pardon me one second. Was brought based upon a complaint that AV Travel was soliciting transportation business at the Santa Fe Airport without a contract being in place, which would be outside its certificate as a limousine company. Transportation staff reviewed and reported that AVT had been soliciting new business of newly arrived passengers without a prior contract in place for the transportation of those passengers. They recommended a warning and fine of up to $500 be issued by the commission. AV Travel Company responded via counsel and indicated that they would admit that AV Travel has provided transportation services from the Santa Fe Airport on very few instances due to lack of transportation services at the airport. It's my understanding after hearing from staff legal that subsequent discussions with AV Travel have resulted in their agreeing to the $500 fine, and the proposed order includes a warning to them not to solicit passengers at the Santa Fe Airport without a contract being in place. So I would recommend the proposed order as it adopts the recommendation of staff for a minimum fine for a minimum fine of operations outside of their certificate, without incurring further expense for either AV Travel or the commission in this matter. And as I indicated, I don't have the filed stipulation yet, but it is my understanding that AV Travel is not opposed to paying that $500 fine. I believe they wanted a couple weeks to pay that. The proposed order gives them until November 1st to pay that $500 fine. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. So number 5 says that section 65, 2A, 7A of the Motor Carrier Act provides, does that apply to Uber drivers?
I don't believe Mike can correct me since he is the Uber master as to the applications of the Motor Carrier Act to Uber drivers, but since Uber drivers are not certificated, I do not believe it applies. Mike, is that accurate?
I guess so. The question, I guess, to clarify the question, which provisions is the commissioner asking relate to Uber? Hans, can you state that for me?
Commissioner Byrd, could you restate the
Yes.
question?
It's number 5 in your order. It says section 65-2A-7A as amended 2013 and 16 of the Motor Carrier Act provides. And then it's in quotes, every motor carrier providing a transportation service shall meet and comply with the requirements of the Motor Carrier Act and the lawfully adopted rules and orders of the commission. Does that apply to Uber drivers?
No, I don't think so.
The with respect to and this will be with I haven't thought about, quite frankly, the Uber provisions in a long time, but the Uber is regulated in a different manner than other motor carriers. However, violation of the Motor Carrier Act should provide the commission with fining capability, I believe, and that's subject to check. And I can get back to you on that. If that's the question, is does the commission have the power to fine Uber for violating the provisions under which it is regulated, which are limited?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
So I think it's a simpler question than Mike answered. I think it's just, does section 65(2)(a) 7A apply to Uber? And I didn't think it did, but I don't know. I haven't read it recently.
Yeah.
Can you just answer that question, Michael? Does that apply to what I didn't think Uber services were considered motor carriers, but I don't know. I don't remember. Do you remember, Mike, or can you look that up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my motor carrier provisions. Commissioner, can I get back to you? Can we move on with and I can address this when I have a chance to look this up.
Hey, Mike, if it might help, Uber and Lyft are regulated under NMAA 65-7. And then further, and my point is that we're finding somebody for doing something that, had they chose just to not be regulated by us, they wouldn't get a fine. Uber can do this without being fined or even be regulated. So I kind of have a rub with that.
So Commissioner Byrd, would your feeling is that we've got kind of a cruddy law here, if you will, in terms of applying equally to similar services. So your preference is not to fine these folks?
I don't know about not fine. He still violated the rule. I can't imagine that there's a whole lot of transportation service needed from Santa Fe. But it's good that there's people trying to be available for those who are traveling in and out of the local airport.
Mm-hmm.
It would seem, and maybe this is something that Mr. Mueller or Transportation Division can answer, but how many people did he transport? What was the value to him versus the impact of this fine?
Commissioner Byrd, while we did not get a specific number in their response, they did admit to doing this on a few instances. So it's greater than one. In response to your primary question and concern here, I would question whether a limousine service could just be an Uber operator without getting a limousine service. I don't know of too many Ubers who are actually driving a limousine as part of their operation. There were initial allegations that the owner of AV Travel or a driver was using their own personal car to do pickups. Now, perhaps, but those were subsequently staffs reviewed that and found no indication of that. So those allegations were actually dismissed. So that there may be some Uber movement here separately by them, which is not part of the violations found here. But to the extent, to the ultimate question of, okay, what if a limousine was just being used as an Uber? Are they Uber or are they limousine service? Since limousine service is specifically defined under the statute, I think they would be subject to our penalty, as opposed to your hypothetical statement if they were just operating outside of our jurisdiction as an Uber operator. I think that is I don't think that would be a valid loophole, I would argue. So I think this de minimis fine is correct. And just indicating to all they really have to do is just have a contract in place, and it can't be solicited by the driver of the limousine on site. It's a pretty straightforward violation of that provision. And to me, this is a de minimis fine and just telling them to operate within the structures of their certificate again.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
the contract in place needs to be with the airport, correct? The contract that should be in place.
Correct. If this goes under section the fourth part of what a limousine service can do. They shall enter into a contract for limousine service in advance of providing the service. Such contract shall not be arranged, accepted, or entered into with or through the driver of the motor vehicle. So if you have a driver of the motor vehicle at the airport saying who needs a lift back into town, that violates that section of the provision.
Right. And Mr. Chair, Hans, is there any assertion and by anybody in the case that AVT is contracted with Uber?
I have not seen an allegation that they were contracted with Uber. Like I said, there was in the initial complaint that was received by the Transportation Division, there was an allegation that someone was providing service using their own vehicle. Those allegations were subsequently dismissed.
Okay. But even if they were, that doesn't make them an Uber driver.
Yeah, we have no idea as to their ties to Uber or not.
Okay, so Uber, I think whether or not the driver or the company, it doesn't seem there's any basis for either thinking that the driver or the company is connected with Uber. So I don't know that it's relevant in this case. I don't think it's relevant.
I would agree.
Okay. And I'm looking at this as kind of from a public service and public convenience perspective. And it seems to me that if the limousine driver is not saying, I'll give you a ride, that passenger can quite easily call Uber or Lyft. And it's not like they don't have access to service or that we're denying them access to service. So quite frankly, to me, the potential order makes sense.
Mr. Chair, I would agree.
I did just want to point out that looking back, I was looking at this. I knew that we're calling it Uber, but really we should be calling this Transportation Network Company Services because there are other providers out there other than Uber, obviously. And 65-721 does provide the commission with the authority to levy penalties against transportation network companies that don't comply with the regulatory scheme that applies to transportation network companies. And it does provide for fines of up to $1,000 for violations of the Transportation Network Services Act.
Thanks, Mike.
So it's not under section 62, 65(2)A, but it is under 65(7), an analogous enforcement authority.
Well, that's good to know that we can do that in those cases.
Yeah.
That just doesn't have to be what this case is.
And I do think that staff, again, has done a good job of exercising restraint on the fine, looking at the nature of the violation here.
Yeah.
So anyway, did we just do a motion in a second? I'm sorry, I'm spacing
I'll make a
out.
motion. I'll move the order.
Second.
Okay. Mike, take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Thank you again for indulging me a little bit. I've made it pretty clear I don't like fining companies, but I also recognize there's a time and place for that. I ask those questions because I want to make sure that I'm comfortable with my vote. Just because to me, this is one of the worst part of this whole position. The previous company, it appears that, they were probably a weekend crew hoping maybe to make something better of it in the future, realized that, man, we can't afford to do this. And it clearly, based on the request to pay their fine in terms, indicates they're not flush with cash. So anyway, I just want to reiterate that to me, this is serious. This is the worst part of it, especially when you're potentially putting people out of business. And so I appreciate my colleagues indulging me on those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And so Commissioner Byrd, from my perspective, when you ask those questions, that gives us an opportunity to look at what we're doing and perhaps improve our rules at a minimum or make a suggestion to the legislature. So I really welcome it when you bring these issues up. It just gives us an opportunity to be better. So thank you. So it's 11:52. I don't know. Do people have a lot of discussion on item number 6 that we're about to hit here or not? So this is, do we need a lunch break or not?
No.
No.
Okay, we're going to charge through. Item 6, 21-169-UT, in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's 2021 Integrated Resource Plan for New Mexico. Potential order. And Judy, would you please lead us through?
Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I was wondering if we could, I think it would be worthwhile to hear Judy's discussion, but in reading through it, I became a little concerned, even though I think staff has done a really good job. I became a little concerned about the treatment of the talc plant, closure times and so forth. So I'm very interested to hear what Judy says. But when you ask about timing, I believe during communications with commissioners, I'm going to require a little time, as I mentioned last week, to go through the terms of a document. And so while we might get through this case quickly, because I was going to propose that we listen to Judy, but maybe put it off for a week because I'd like to do further consideration. Nevertheless, I will be probably consuming a bit of a period of time, hopefully not real long, but if you're hungry, it will seem like a long time in communications with commissioners. So maybe we should take a break before we get started.
Okay, well, so how about we take a shorter break? We'll take 30 minutes and come back. It's 11:54 now. Let's come back at 12:30. And actually, I've got a few questions on the IRP as well. So let's do 12:30.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, folks.
Thanks.
Thank-
Bye.
Okay, I've got 12:30. So I see Joe and I see Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Hall, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Terrific. And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Here,
Okay, terrific. So we were on 21-169 UT, and Judy, you were going to walk us through it.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner Fishman and members of the commission. This matter comes before you today pursuant to SPS's filing of its application for approval of its 2021 Integrated Resource Plan for New Mexico, filed on July 16th, 2021. Procedurally, the posture of this case is that under the rule, a decision needs to be made by the commission in 90 days, which would be October 16th. However, the Sierra Club filed a motion for extension of time, and it was granted by the commission, and it was unopposed. And that extended the deadlines by 15 days. So now the deadline is October 31st, 2021, for the commission to either accept or reject the IRP. And if you reject it, you note deficiencies and ask the company to refile. So with that being said, this is being brought to you in enough time to do what Commissioner Hall suggested, which is not vote on it today. However, there is a proposed order in your packet, which concurs with staff's recommendation, which found that SPS had met the requirements of the IRP rule in their filing of the 2021 IRP, and had met the requirements of the stipulation in case number 19-00170 UT in their filing of the TOLC analysis. The proposed order concurs with staff that CCAE and Sierra Club, they are the two parties that are involved in this case besides staff. Their filings did produce a good dialogue about the TOLC analysis and helped ensure that the IRP process was thorough, but neither presented a conclusive basis for finding that either the TOLC analysis or SPS's 2021 IRP should not be accepted as filed. Therefore, the proposed order would adopt in its entirety staff's recommendation to accept the 2021 IRP as filed by SPS. If the commission did adopt the order, it would find that SPS's IRP and TOLC analysis demonstrates the most cost-effective plan for the TOLC units is to operate the plant seasonally during the 4 peak summer months and during reliability/economic conditions such as were experienced in the severe weather event known as Winter Storm Uri. That would occur until retirement date of both units at 2032. Sierra Club had argued that instead, one of the TOLC generating units should be retired by 2023 and the second one by 2026. That being said, I will go through the various comments received for educational purposes if the commission has the time to do that. Sierra Club filed comments on August 20th, 2021, and also attached a report prepared by Synapse Energy Economics. Club concluded that the IRP and TOLC analysis contained numerous methodological errors, omissions, and questionable assumptions, all of which would bias in favor of SPS's preferred scenario, which is for TOLC, which is scenario 2, which is what I just mentioned, the seasonal operations of 2 units through 2032. And Sierra Club is proposing scenario 5, which would be a very early retirement of 1 TOLC unit in 2023. And then in 2026, a retirement of both units. According to Sierra Club, the TOLC analysis failed to answer the fundamental question posed by the commission-approved stipulation in case number 19-00170, which is, what are the economically optimal in terms of public interest abandonment dates for TOLC? Sierra Club attempted to answer the question with the assistance of Synapse. And Synapse, according to Sierra Club, corrected what Sierra Club calls flawed inputs and assumptions. And they ran some modeling, and in some, Sierra Club recommended that the commission require SPS do the following: provide the commission with a complete accounting of all costs associated with the TOLC units in the Encompass model, which is Synapse's. So all costs, variable costs, fixed, well, water, labor, etc. Provide the commission with a breakdown of what's included in costs in all the scenarios for TOLC, and an accounting of actual costs before SPS switched to seasonal operation. And then 3, conduct additional modeling runs that test the impact of CO2 price on the TOLC analysis. And 4, conduct additional modeling runs to test intermediate dates for TOLC, including the scenario 2, which, the scenario 5, which Sierra Club wanted, which is unit 1 retiring in 2023 and unit 2 retiring in 2026. Provide the commission with an explanation of how SPS factored into the TOLC analysis risks by water costs, shortages, environmental regulations, and require SPS to amend its IRP report with a narrative that clearly explains the results it presents in the IRP and the drivers. On September, CCAE also filed comments, and I'll get to those in a little, but I want to get to SPS's response to Sierra Club and CCAE now. First, SPS maintains that their analysis shows meaningful savings from its preferred scenario 2, which is the 2032 retirement date, and the TOLC units operated on a 4-month seasonal basis due to groundwater availability. SPS's tables show that there would be 62 million of NPV customer savings between 2022 and 2025, and 104 million of NPV savings between 2022 and 2023. 2022 and 2032, and 39 million of NPV savings between 2022 and 2041, compared to Sierra Club's scenario of retiring. Excuse me?
got a question is,
Yeah,
and when I was reading it, I had the same question when I was reading the IRP, is that 2022 to 2041 number? Are you sure that's not 2032 to 2041?
I think what they were saying was this IRP covers that period of time, meaning 2022 to 2041. That's why I think they're using those time periods.
Well, but why does the savings from 2022 to 2041 so much smaller than the savings from 2022 to 2032? It looks
Yeah,
like they're losing money
I
over
think,
those last 10 years.
excuse, now looking at it, I kind of think they meant 2032 as well.
Can we confirm on that?
Yes, I don't have any way to confirm it right this second unless SPS is available. But that being said, I can confirm it.
So we can, particularly if, as Commissioner Hall suggests, we put off a vote till next week, we can get that kind of information. So anyway, go ahead.
Yes, definitely the commission can get more information if it's postponed till next week. SPS affirmatively disputes that Sierra Club's conclusion that over $100 million in NPV savings to customers in the next decade is not meaningful. Then SPS's second response to Sierra Club is that Sierra Club didn't consider the high risk and cost of retiring one or both TOLC units prior to 2032. SPS states that they considered economic and reliability realities and risks associated with retiring one or both of its largest generators in just a few short years, which is what Sierra Club wants by 2023. They mentioned it would be extremely costly, and there's a lot of risk that they would not be able to acquire replacement generation and capacity and time. SPS urges the commission to take into consideration the cost to customers and the reliability of the integrated electric network, because TOLC, both units provide approximately 1,100 megawatts of synchronous generation to the grid, and many renewables use inverter-based technologies that do not support dynamic changes in an electrical network. And as I stated, SPS would be, if the retirement were 2023, like Sierra Club recommended, of one unit, SPS would be required to obtain new capacity resources as early as the summer of 2024 to meet its reserve margin. This would necessitate the immediate need for SPS to initiate a procurement process. And there may be potential additional transmission network upgrade costs and schedule delays. So that was the SPS's response regarding the TOLC. Regarding regional haze, Sierra Club wanted SPS to install scrubbers on the TOLC units, but SPS states that those are not currently required by law, and that they recently evaluated that, and based on that, it states that the cost is currently prohibited, and they do not believe that any other explanation is required, and that the TOLC units are in compliance with the regional haze requirements. And they state that it's their understanding that 2028 is the earliest SPS could potentially have to install scrubbers on the Tulk units should new regulations be imposed that impact regional haze. Regarding water supply, SPS states that the data that Sierra Club used was to compare the Ogallala aquifer to the 20-year drought from the Colorado River Basin, but that comparison is inapplicable because that would be comparing groundwater to surface water. Ogallala is a groundwater source, while the Colorado River Basin is surface water. And apparently the Ogallala aquifer is prehistoric groundwater, and that supply is not tied to transient weather conditions. The 20-year drought is considered transient on a geological timescale. That being said, SPS used a worst case water scenario in each year of its projection, which also happened to coincide with the likely case scenario. And it concluded, even, figuring in use of the worst case scenario used by agricultural users, SPS's groundwater modeling currently estimates it will have sufficient water to operate Tulk under its preferred scenario that I described before through 2032. And again, SPS emphasizes that the diversity that the Tulk units provided during extreme weather events was very valuable, but they also provided a hedge against high natural gas prices. Then Sierra Club recommended, and CCAE requested an update of the Tulk analysis to include a speculative carbon price adder. And the reason that SPS calls it speculative is that SPS states that neither the company nor its ratepayers are required to directly pay a price adder for carbon dioxide emissions at this time, that the ETA enacted an escalating RPS requirement leading to 100% zero carbon requirement rather than enacting a carbon price adder. And as well, the stipulation in case number 19-00170 did not require a separate analysis of a carbon price adder. And that SPS designed its IRP on existing rules and regulations and does not believe that it's required to assume a hypothetical carbon price adder. Staff's recommendation, which, as I stated earlier, in the proposed final order, which may or may not be adopted today, stated that SPS did provide all the information required by section 17.7.3.9C, description of existing resources, and description of existing transmission capabilities. And staff also found that SPS provided its current load forecast in compliance with 17.7.3.9D, and that staff stated that SPS provided the required information for a load and resources table as required by 17.7.3.9E, and that SPS provided the sufficient identification of resource options as required by 17.7.3.9F, and that SPS provided the determination of the most cost-effective resource portfolio and alternative portfolios as required by 17.7.3.9G, that SPS conducted a sufficient public advisory process in accordance with 17.7.3.9H, and that SPS's IRP provided a sufficient action plan as required by 17.7.3.9I. Then a staff's recommendation went through the TOC analysis that was required by section Roman numeral 2 of the stipulation in case number 19-00170, where they needed to have 2 technical conferences, which SPS did, and that the analysis shall include, without limitation, replacement resources and the value of selling water rights, and it shall be reviewed by an independent evaluator, and that it will run at least one scenario in which all of the 2 units are retired or replaced before 2030. Staff concluded that SPS met and in some cases exceeded the requirements set forth in the stipulation. Regarding CCAE's comments, staff.
Judy, I apologize for interrupting. Could you just describe that stipulated agreement provision about running the models that you just quoted again for me, please?
Well, the stipulation says SPS also commits to running at least one scenario in which all, meaning the 2 of SPS's coal burning units are retired or replaced before 2030. And SPS did that, and they actually ran 5 scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
So staff concluded that SPS met every condition without of the stipulation. So I was going to go forward with CCAE's comments.
Sure.
CCAE wanted detailed operating costs for TOC, but they were, SPS responded stating those were submitted, and CCAE would have had access to them if CCAE had filed a signed confidentiality agreement, which it hadn't, at least when SPS wrote their response. So that that takes care of that issue. Risk of economic. Yes.
So this is Steve. Before I forget, why is that TOC information so confidential? I don't understand that. That may be the way we've historically done it, but my question is why? There's no. They're going to be closing the plant. They're not competing head to head against any plant. Its sales is whatever it produces is going to go at the SPP price point on the markets. What's confidential about that information?
That's an interesting question, and it's something that we definitely can ask SPS. The reason that it was never addressed as a question, i.e. whether or not the operating costs are confidential, in fact, is that this case was not assigned to a hearing examiner, and no one has claimed that they are not confidential. So SP and all the parties had access to them. All they needed to do was sign a confidentiality agreement.
Okay.
That being said, if the commission wants to make a confidentiality determination on that, the commission has the authority under the protective order that was issued in this case.
Okay. That's enough. That's all I needed to know for now.
Next, CCAE commented that the economic impacts of diminishing water availability from the Ogallala aquifer was not adequately considered by SPS. Staff agreed with SPS's response, which is that SPS had performed significant analysis in prior cases. SPS accounts for water use by others by assuming that they use up to the maximum groundwater production limit annually, the legal worst case water use scenario in each year of its projection. And in addition to the fact that Ogallala groundwater is not tied to transient weather conditions. Staff's recommendation concluded that SPS's response satisfactorily responded to CCAE. And it rejected CCAE's request that SPS be required to provide complete projections of anticipated water use and projected reduction in available water through the current water rights. The reason that should be rejected is because SPS already considered the worst case reduction in available water. CCAE next critiques the IRP by stating that the forecasting assumptions were not inclusive of all relevant factors. But SPS specifically includes the impact of electric vehicles and the impact of future DSM programs and the impact of the oil and gas industry in southeastern New Mexico and its load forecasts. So staff concluded that CCAE's concerns were adequately addressed in SPS's TOLC analysis and the 2021 IRP. And lastly, CCAE stated that potential regulatory changes were not included in calculated costs. Staff agreed with SPS that it designed its IRP based on enacted policies and regulations, not on speculative future changes. And SPS agreed with staff agreed with SPS that TOLC should not be closed now based upon arguments relying on hypothetical costs brought on by speculated future legislation. And I think that fairly summarizes the issues, the arguments on either side, and staff's conclusion. And I'm available for questions.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
You go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I think that was a really good summation, I guess, but I guess I'm still kind of uncomfortable with some of the disputed points. I would just like to look at this another week and satisfy myself that I agree with Judy's recommendation or not. I mean, as she presents the arguments, I agree, but I would just like to dig deeper into the file and what we've been presented with. So that's just, if we have time, I think it wouldn't hurt to look at this another week.
Okay. Other commissioner thoughts? I mean, typically, if a commissioner asks to push it out a week, that's what we do. I know next week, I don't know if anyone else is in the class next week. the, what is it, the rate making and utility basics, NMSU for our, education requirements.
Mr. Chair, I will be attending that class.
Okay, so there'll be two of us attending that class. So that might be a problem for next week. And the class goes all next week, so I'm not quite sure what to do about that. Judy, any ideas?
I could postpone it 2 weeks and that would still be within the 90 days plus the 15 days.
Okay. So
That would work.
So that might be what needs to happen.
Mr. Chair, I think I need to look into that class. I haven't been able to discern online. I haven't been able to, there have been some changes in the way I check my credits online, but I may need to go to that class as well. So there might be three of us not even present next week.
So we'll review that when we get to communications and see what we do with our meeting schedule.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, for purposes of doing this next week, covering this case next week, I think we should put it off 2 weeks.
So in terms of the IRP, I'll just make a couple of comments here, is that, there's a lot of testimony around Tolk and back and forth, and that's worth digging into further. But I was kind of disappointed at the depth, at least of the, I didn't have a chance to go through all the appendices, but in terms of the initial report, particularly in terms of transmission, distribution, alternate uses of batteries and how you might stack values. I didn't see any growth in demand response over the entire planning period, which to me kind of creates question marks, particularly if we're going to be investing in smart meters and those kinds of technologies. I would expect to see those meters used to help get those things done. And it's, it hasn't been required, but a lot of that stuff is going to be distribution planning going forward. And none of those things, it seems to me, are really talked about in this plan. And yet, as we move forward with grid mod requirements and everything else, that needs to be there. Now, I will grant that a lot of this needs to be handled in our new IRP rule to some extent. It's not in our current rule. So I acknowledge that, but I think this IRP doesn't enlighten us nearly as much as it could. But given that it doesn't, the IRP now doesn't really require anything, there's not even a presumption on the current IRP, if I'm correct. I'll probably just be inclined to make comments about what should be there without necessarily saying no to the IRP. But that's just kind of where my head's at right now. And I just wanted to register that in terms of commission planning, this falls far short of the kind of information that we will need in the future as we're going through the energy transition. So I'll just leave my comments there and say that I am comfortable with delaying this at Commissioner Hall's request. Are there any objections from the commission? Okay, so we will put this to the next meeting. We're just kicking the can down the road today.
Excuse me, Commissioner Fishman. Would that be next week if you have a meeting, or would it be 2 weeks regardless?
I think it's likely going to be 2 weeks from now because we're likely not to have a meeting next week. We're going to find out soon.
Okay. Do we need Mike, do we need a motion to,
Yes, I believe it's proper to do a motion to table.
Okay,
So I'll move to table it for 2 weeks.
and I will second.
And that's non-debatable, so should I take the roll, Chairman?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Estes,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
I think I lost track. Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
I think that's 5-0.
Okay. Very good. Communications with Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. It's nice to see everyone. Just wanted to kind of tag on to a couple of items that were on the agenda earlier, and that's, of course, add my congratulations to Eugene for his recognition today. It's well deserved, and the words of the commissioners demonstrated how highly he is respected both within the organization, but also outside of the organization as well. And I've certainly, at some point, I'll stop saying my short time at the commission, but certainly in my short time in the commission and the opportunities I've had to interact with Eugene, we are extremely fortunate to have him. And just wanted to add that to your comments, Mr. Chairman. Of course, also welcome Jonah to the PRC. It's good to see him today and actually meet him. And congratulations to John for filling that position. We are, Mr. Chairman, trying very hard to fill the positions that we have that are vacant. I think that's important that we do that, particularly leading into the legislative session with some of the requests that we have are making of the legislature. So congratulations to John as well for fulfilling that position. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, steal Jesse Montoya's thunder a little bit, but did want to announce that Casey Dunn, who is very familiar to the commission, has been promoted to our Railroad and Ambulance Bureau manager position. And so be taking over from Jesse in that role. And again, Casey, I think, is one of our real superstars here at the agency, and all of my interactions with her have brought me to that conclusion. So wanted to make that announcement, Mr. Chairman, a little bit more good news and recognition for the good staff that we have here. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about anything that the commission would like.
Commissioners. Okay, I'll comment on a couple items. Number one, I wanted to say thank you, Wayne, for your quick work on addressing the need for, which not all commissioners agree with, but addressing the need for commission advisory staff. And I know several of us have really felt the need, and I know that there have been evaluations of the PRC that emphasize the need by outside experts for that kind of staffing. And thank you for being creative and finding ways to help make it happen. Really appreciate it. Second thing I wanted to be clear on, though I believe I've communicated with all the commissioners and Wayne with you on this, is that in terms of commissioner assistants, that we're not looking to make any changes between now and the end of our office. We might be discussing things that could happen in the future for a future commission, but every commissioner, at least to my mind, has picked the person they want to work with. And I think it's unfair at this point to go back and change that. I believe everybody I've talked to is agreeable to that. Please jump in if you're not and let me know. But that's my understanding at this point. And I know particularly for Commissioners Byrd and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I wanted to be sure that you're clear on that, and you don't have to worry about having the rug pulled out from under you. And that's it. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I'd just like to echo your appreciation of Wayne and working hard toward getting some advisory staff. And I also agree, I don't think anybody ever intended to alter. I thought that's how we just alter the positions of assistants. I thought that was how we talked about it in the 2-year plan, and I didn't think anything had changed. So, and I wouldn't want to do that. But I do think we should add technical staff as soon as possible. So to the extent Wayne can proceed on that, I think that's a good thing.
Thank
and
you.
that's all I have. That's all I have.
Okay, I guess that's it for today. We'll be leaving Wayne's world unless you have more comments.
I'm good,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now we're on to Mike's world. Thank you, Wayne.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I don't think I have anything to add, except to the extent, I guess, that we'll be talking about the scheduling of next week's meetings. That's something that I guess is going to come up during the Commissioners' portion.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Mike? Okay, on to communications with commissioners. The floor is open.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Last week, we sent around, my office sent, I think, to General Counsel, and they circulated, my memory is not perfect, but I think that's how it happened, a document that was an article to read. I don't know if anybody read the article, but this morning we sent around a document that is the comments that I had referred to last week that were being worked on. And we received them from the Western Interconnect Energy Board, which is the organization that handles a number of Western states organizations that relate to reliability in the West, including the YRAB, which is one organization I belong to. And then they also, they're the back office also for the BOSS, or Board of State Regulators, for the Western Energy Imbalance Market. So they received this request several months ago from the Northwest Power Pool to elicit responses from commissioners of Western states to a proposal that the Northwest Power Pool had for governance provisions for a program they are developing for Western states to be part of, that purports to provide resource adequacy support among the states. So all this is just on paper so far. It's not a real operating program yet. But the Northwest Power Pool was looking forward and was trying to get comments from Western state commissioners. So based on that request, the Western Interconnect Energy Board sent out a notice and scheduled several workshops for the Western states commissioners to participate in, and we did. And in the second of those workshops, we made individual oral presentations on different topics in the comments to 3 members of the Northwest Power Pool board. And, they listened, and then they responded again through Weeb, saying that it would be nice, they would like to get those comments in writing. So they've finally been put together, and we didn't get them until late Monday night, and there was some language in the email that indicated to me and my assistant that these were not final comments. But subsequently, we've concluded that this is as final as they're going to get. And so I don't know if the other commissioners have had a chance to really print them out or look at them. But I'd like to at least walk through the, as I mentioned last week, I anticipated that we'd be getting them later last week, and we didn't until this week. So I apologize for the delay, but that was beyond my control. So I just wanted to beg the indulgence of the commission and at least walk through the bullets. Well, there aren't bullets, they're full paragraphs, but I will, unless if somebody wants me to, I'm happy to read it. But it's 7.5 pages, and I think I can probably summarize the main points in the comments. I don't think there's anything particularly controversial, but I would like to inform the commission. And the WEAB is asking us to respond to them by next Monday. Apparently, the other states and the one province in Canada, British Columbia, have all responded and expressed their support. But and I guess our state and Arizona initially had also said that they needed more time, and I explained our requirements. But I thought what I could do is read through this. If anybody has any questions or concerns, I could indicate to them that we still need more time, or they'll have to file without us. I would hate to do that, but I would like to at least read through the main ideas of each topic here, so everybody has an idea of what the issue is, what the issues are in each topic, and then take questions, and then ideally maybe we could make a decision on it. But I don't, since it's not noticed for today. I would ask whether the commission could meet maybe on Monday for an additional commission meeting of like 5 or 10 minutes just to do a vote on it. But first, I should walk through it with the commission so they understand what this is all about.
The brief version,
Mr.
please.
Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, I think we've all had the letter, but I guess I have a more fundamental question, and the question is, has the commission ever delegated authority to an individual commissioner to respond on behalf of the commission? Because I think, Commissioner Hall, you're the one that's most informed, and you represent New Mexico, in this forum. And I'm just wondering if we can delegate that to you, because I don't think it's very controversial, number one. And then number two, if you can, or you and your assistant can maybe draft a response for consideration. And that way, when you have a draft response, perhaps, I don't know if we can do this outside of an open meeting, but if we delegate it to you, we can just give you feedback. Again, I don't know, that could be a rolling quorum, but if it's not an official action, we should be able to work with you informally to finalize a recommended response that you would put forth. So I'm just exploring those things because I think this is time sensitive, correct?
Yes, it is. And I have seen some responses that have been a 2-sentence email for that matter, because of its time sensitivity. But I appreciate your thought. I think that would be a productive idea as well. That I hadn't thought of, but it's a good idea. And so maybe we should.
Yeah,
Commissioner Hall, if I
See
may,
that way.
Mr. Chair, let me just direct this to Mike Smith. Mike, can we just informally delegate Commissioner Hall to craft a response and submit it with informal feedback from commission and staff?
What I would be wanting to respond with would be an expression of our support for the comments that are being submitted from our commission. So, that's why I was wanting to walk through it so the commission understood what the comments consist of. So maybe Mike can respond to that.
We've had the commission approve commissioners, acting as the commission's representatives at various boards and things of that nature, where commission representation is requested, sort of like SPP and things of that nature. I think what we have here, though, is an expression of the whole commission's approval of a policy issue. And I think that really goes beyond the kind of thing that can be delegated to a single commissioner. I think that requires a vote of the full commission.
Is it so the policy would be whether or not we approve of the methodology going forward with governance?
Yes, basically what the commission is being requested to supply in the form in its response.
And that becomes a policy of our commission. Do you want me to read it through first, or I don't know whether you've had a chance to read it, Mike?
Well, I'm wondering, Commissioner Hall, I think Commissioner Maestas' suggestion is a really good one.
Yeah.
And then everyone would have a piece of paper in front of them to look at and be very clear on what we're saying yes to. I will say that having just monitored the email traffic on it, that the recommendations I've seen so far seem very common sense and very thoughtful. And so, I would concur with Commissioner Maestas' thought that to have you summarize them and put them in front of us, and then maybe for us to do a 5-minute meeting over the lunch hour on Monday to approve them timely, might do the job.
Okay. That sounds great. We can do that. Because now we have this document that is the summation of the comments. I mean, it's the totality of the comments, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And I can certainly synthesize that into a letter of response to the WEEB and to the Northwest Power Pool, and send that out, before the end of this week, certainly, so the commissioners can all review it. So we'd be ready to go on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that'd be great. And thank you, Commissioner Maestas, a great suggestion.
Yeah, very appreciate that. Very much.
And yeah, it'll be a little more real. People can look at it.
So Mike,
so as far as next week, so I'm going to be at this training all week.
But during lunch, you can meet? Did we lose?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We can do, sorry, I'm coming in and out here on my connection. Yeah, I can do it during the lunch hour.
Okay. Great. Well, that's good. If you can let Mike know when the lunch hour is, then he could schedule it.
Yeah.
Or Isaac, I guess.
We would obviously have to notice this as a special or just an open a special. We refer to these as special open meetings because within our open meeting policy, we identify regularly scheduled open meetings. So this would constitute a special meeting, and we would just hold it the same way we do any other open meeting.
So does this have to be posted on Wednesday to meet the 72-hour minimum?
No, it needs to be posted by, if my math is correct, by Thursday. Or actually, no, by Friday, before the hour in which it would convene on Monday, on Friday, because the 72 hours includes the weekend.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. John Reynolds mentioned that Monday's a holiday, so I don't know.
Oh, it is. Indigenous People Day. You still have class?
Would Tuesday be okay? Commissioner
They want
Hall?
Monday. Well, it's only going to be a 5-minute.
Well, I still lunch. I'll have class all week.
You still have class.
Michael Smith,
yes.
does our open meeting policy prohibit us from having any type of meeting on a national holiday?
I don't believe it does. This is not an issue that I've seen come up before. We'd have to look, but I don't believe that we're prohibited from doing something on a holiday.
Yeah, I'd be fine doing it Monday, if that's okay.
It's okay with me.
Any objections from other commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
is there a reason why we just can't go ahead and do it Tuesday then?
Go ahead.
The reason is that it was just a deadline created by Western Energy and Western Interconnect Energy Board, so they could respond. I mean, I can certainly call them and ask them if they can. I can reach out to them and see if they could.
Yeah, we'll do it Monday.
Okay.
No, let's do it Monday.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your indulgence.
So it sounds like there's no objection to Monday. Going once.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Go ahead,
I
Mike.
just would point out we would have to have somebody actually host the Zoom meeting.
You know,
so it would perhaps. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Who, me? Mr. Chair, I just got a text from
Yes.
Colin telling me he thought the deadline was this Friday at 1 p.m. and I don't recall the email saying that, but I asked him to check the email. I think he's checking. I'm pretty sure I saw Monday the 11th. So maybe I should just reach out to them and say, and explain this problem and say, let's, we can get you our comments by Tuesday. But if the deadline's, he did check. He thinks it's at Friday at noon Pacific time. So could we do this on Friday? If we only need 72 hours, we could notice it today. And that would
be 48 hours.
48 hours, okay. Oh, they're publishing the full comments on Monday. Okay, I don't understand what you're saying to me, Colin. Maybe you should. Oh,
Mike, what if we just, not adjourn the meeting, but reconvene on Friday? What's the?
Sure.
Yes, actually, that Well, no, the problem is that it doesn't appear on the agenda.
Oh, that's the issue. So 48 hours would work, would it not? Let's see, Monday, Thursday?
No, the open
Okay,
meeting
so let's
act-
do it later on Friday. Let's do it at 2 or 3 o'clock on Friday.
Today's Wednesday, so that would only give us 48 hours.
I thought you just said it only needed to be 48 hours. Does it need to be 72?
No, I was saying that it used to be 48 hours. Holding it on Friday would be 48 hours, and the Open Meeting Act requires 72 hours.
Okay, so
it sounds like we need to make a call to,
yeah, I think so.
to the YRAB folks and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'll do. I mean, from their communications to me, I think that was part of the problem. It looked like they were had sent us something that was not the final document. So I'll get back to them, and if they want our support, they'll have to wait a day. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So then for next week's meeting, 2 of us will not be able to attend, because if we do, we'll lose our 30 hours of credit that we need to qualify for our continuing education. Cynthia, have you done your 30-hour thing yet this year?
I'm not sure. I'm going to have to double check. So this is going to have to be something I'll have to tell you later today.
Because you might want to attend, because
I know.
I don't think there's another opportunity, at least nearby this year.
I have attended it once this year, but I don't think it gives the full 32 hours. So maybe that I would only need to, and if it's the exact same class I took before, then I don't think I'd be able to count it. So I'll just have to see what's what. I have done another course, but I need to check those hours and make sure they're adequate. So I have to do a little math.
So how do folks feel about canceling next week's meeting and then picking up the following Wednesday? Any objections? Sounds like there are no objections. So I can't tell. Jeff's hands are moving all over the place. I thought you were raising your hand, but I guess not. So I guess we're okay with that. Mike and Judy?
I'm sorry, is there a response requested?
Just one acknowledgement that next Wednesday is now off the calendar.
Okay.
We can do that.
Okay, terrific. Any other communications with commissioners? All right, we're ready to adjourn. Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you in 2 weeks,
Okay.
and maybe on Tuesday.